on, go. Play the video game. Why don't you? Another 4 hours, so another 240,000 Slayer experience, perhaps. We finished with Dagonos, so we were going to do Necrials now. Whoa, look at those RNA boots. Hey yo. Scream Knight says perhaps. You're so correct. You've never been wrong. Never once before my eyes have you been incorrect about something. And if you are going to correct me right now, wrong. I rest my case. See? Don't you seem like an idiot now? All right. Wait. Not the RNA boots. We sell those. Don't need this. Am I good? No. Ring. Which is... Light Bearer plus Din's Bulwark. We don't need darts. Do need prayer. Probably like 3. We'll go with 4 just to be safe. It's past the time, so this ring should have charges now. Fantastic. We're missing one thing, the Ash Sanctifier. Speaking of being past the time, we should also get our dailies done. And one last thing, not as important, but worth doing. Sell some of these high dollar items. And we obviously sell those at the GE. My rune pouch is all fucked up. Need water runes as well. Sell these, get water runes. Actually, before we go there, let's go miscellanea. Which I don't have a rake for. It's okay, we can get a rake. That's not north. We'll get a rake after, I guess, because we can go to Varrock now, or the GE now. We're at the Varrock, obviously. And then do miscellany at the end, and then sell everything now. It'll be fine. These guys are trying to make bank. I just wanted to get this shit moved. Man, this shit is worthless. Goddamn. I'll take whatever I can get. I've just picked that shit up off the ground for free. I don't care. And then that's... Don't sell anything that we actually want, though. Like my light bearer. That would be sad. Buy that shit immediately right back. Okay, so we got that. We need a rake. Oh, I didn't get my water runes. Shit. Guess we'll do that real quick before I forget, because we are not going to be able to do this task with... Well, probably won't be able to do this task with 3,000 water runes. Hello? Pause at the water. There we go. And now miscellanea, and then We finished. Oh, we can check what our next task is as well. But we're going to do neck reels because we already have the gear for it. But we can check what the next one is at least. I guess we're checking it. We might as well check it now and then bank and then... Shouldn't matter. Definitely not Steel Dragons though. We can do Dark Beast. That's okay. That's just an in-between task anyway. Not a big deal there. Steel Dragons is not that much worse than Dark Beast, to be honest, if there's only like 11. But it is worse. It is worse, and maybe worse enough. Guess we go through my house. Yeah, to get the neck reels. Oh, I didn't switch my task. Fuck. We have a smaller neck reel task because we did half of it before. Not half. Oh no, about half. All right. Oh god. That fucking trumpet. North? Yes, northeast. Okay. And then load up with the strat. Blap. Pop those motherfuckers. I feel like I'm going to be way better at Apex having played a bunch of Splitgate. We played Splitgate, I think, not just on today, but also on Thursday off stream. Which is why I was like, kind of, not like perform. No, this isn't the right spellbook. No, I didn't bring my magic cape. But like, I feel like I was doing much better than I normally would do in like Apex. All right. And so we go. I'm surprised how much I enjoyed Splitgate. I still don't like love it or anything like that, but it's pretty cool. I think I like it more than Rivals. It's a little more in line with my like cultural center. Screenwriter says, are you saying that playing shooting games make you shoot better? I don't know, man. I mean, that's exactly what I am saying. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm noticeably better. I'm still not like anywhere close to where I should be. Like I got a giant like desk mouse pad basically just so that I could turn my mouse sense like way down so I could get better at being like doing the first person shooter thing. This is like ages back when I had ambition. Nowadays I don't really care. So like I have to like recalibrate like my mouse sense, you know what I mean? Like I had to like acclimate myself to like way lower to way more grand movements, you know what I mean? Which is just like not a reasonable way to live your life unless you're playing first person shooter specifically. It's fine though, like I could do it, but I don't know. I could definitely do that. I don't know if I could get like better anyway, but that part isn't unreasonable. I just don't think I care anymore. I don't think I can be asked to make that happen. Shush. The music's so fucking loud. Oh, speaking of music, we were supposed to change the music to sea shanty. Not ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. We're doing sea shanty 1 this time. How's it going, Screenwrite, man? Are you gonna stream again? I know that like I'm like not the best anyway. Screenwrite says yes. Oh shit, when? I'm not the best at like being there anyway, because like I'm busy all the fucking time. But like, if you're streaming on a Monday or a Thursday, I'm gonna fucking carve time out of my life to be there. I promise. Just gotta let me know. If you let me know in advance, I will be there. If you don't let me know in advance, I might still be there, but it's gonna be a little trickier for me. I have to like pay more attention. Mm-hmm. Screenwrite says when it's the worst possible time for me. Literally right now. Well, I guess the worst time for me would be like 12 tomorrow. Yeah, noon EST tomorrow. Because right now, if you were like, no, I'm going live right now, I could just read out right now. You know what I mean? But I might also just go the fuck to sleep because I'm tired. But noon tomorrow, we're going to be playing Apex, and I really do have to be there for that. And 4 p.m. following that, we're going to be playing Stardew, and I will need to be there for that as well. But other than those two things, like the rest of my schedule, like, you know, we can do what we want. I'm my own boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can play hooky a little bit. It'll be okay. I kind of want that guy to respawn. It says I was gonna say tomorrow, but I could change it to Monday. So I have one viewer. Oh, you sure fucking will. At least. You know, I thought I was lightheaded before because I was like starving, and that might have been true, but I'm definitely lightheaded again, and I am fully satiated, so I'm just like tired for sure. That's okay though. I think we got a good amount of sleep yesterday though. Like we went to sleep on time. I don't think I stayed up. I wasn't like being a degenerate or anything. I think I mostly went to sleep on time. So yeah, no, I was being good. I was doing stuff. I like did my upload, but you know, I didn't stay up any longer than I normally do. I don't think. Or any longer than I normally would. You know what I'm saying? Normally do is like a bad measure. But I think I did okay. We have some leftovers now as well. I need to stop fucking buying takeout. I thought it would help if I bought takeout today, and I bought way too much food. I didn't realize at all how much food I was getting. Thought it was expensive. And it's been a long time since I've purchased anything from Applebee's, and now I realize it's partly because the food was like fine, it wasn't even great, and it was also because I spent a lot of fucking money on it for no real reason. Surino says it's funny. I looked at my dashboard today and I'm like $2 from payout, and I like money. Yo, that's actually huge. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get you $2 though, but I will definitely get you whatever ad revenue you got. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever I can get you there, say less. I don't know about the rest though. Surino says it's all on you. Yeah, God is in a way. Just hit me with that fucking, what is it like? You can like dial up the ads a lot. I'm trying to think. It's like not quite 30 minutes of ads an hour. It's like 20 minutes of ads an hour, something like that. You can turn the ad thing like way on up there. And I'm like, who the fuck? What kind of a criminal gets away with this shit? Whose content is so fucking good that you half of the fucking time that you're watching or a third of the time that you're watching is fucking ads, bro? Like, what kind of shit? Like, is it like fucking hand-drawn animation or some shit? Like, what are you doing? It's stop motion video? Like, how did you guys make this shit? And how is it so good that people are willing to watch that many fucking ads? Crazy, crazy. I imagine it's just like easy to program for Twitch, and they're just like, well, we're gonna make sure that you have as much ad like space options as you could possibly want, right? Like, no one's gonna want to do more than that. Most people are more interested in the minimum or somewhere towards the minimum, right? That was an interesting flavor of a hiccup. Tasted like milkshake and burger and wings, which I think is everything, so that makes sense. Checks out. Oh, it didn't really taste like wonton tacos, actually. So, you know what? A little bit of a miss there. Screenwrite says sniffa. That's a weird thing to want to sniff. I don't know about that one, dog. As dedicated as I might be to someone, I don't know if I'm like, oh, you hiccuped? Let me get a whiff of that. I want to be a part of that experience. I don't know about that one, dog. I consider myself a very devoted partner, but I don't know if I'm that devoted. I'm gonna be honest. Scrant says, okay, so we aren't friends, bro. Your like level of friendship or whatever is like way too low. Like, your barrier for friend is like way too low, or way too high, I guess is really what I mean. Like, if you're like, listen, if you don't sniff my burps, we're not friends, then that's like, your barrier to entry is way too high. Way too high. Screenwriter, are you that type of guy that's like you get milk out of the refrigerator and you smell it to see if it's good and it's bad and you're like, oh shit, hey, smell this. Hey, Agataza, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? Agataza says not much. Oh, you know I'm not doing much. We just got finished with Splitgate, so now we're doing Runescape again. Screenwriter says, am I the type of genius to get a second opinion? Of course. Nah, bro, that's not a second opinion. That's a fucking trap. 100% that's a trap. You knew for a fact that it was bad. You weren't asking to clarify that it's bad. You knew for sure. You were like, yeah, nah, man. I just smelled that shit. You should smell it too. It's only fair. Screenwriter says, nah, honestly, I wouldn't do that because it involves approaching another human being. Yeah, I feel that in a big way. I'll do a lot to avoid interacting with other people. Perhaps even an unhealthy amount. Oh yeah, I forgot there's only so many necks left. I didn't really need this many prayer potions at all. Might not even need to high alch anymore. All right. I'm doing a lot of stretching. Partly because I don't feel the best. But I think we're going to be okay. I don't think it's anything bad. I think I just have a lot of gas from that food. That like double cheeseburger had way too much meat. That was like a half a pound of burger on that shit. That's just not necessary. I did not need one patty would have been plenty. I don't know why I went double cheeseburger. It's like, damn, bro. It was one of those burgers that's like not too big for your mouth, but like it's as big as a burger can be, you know? Any bigger than that and you gotta like figure something out. You gotta unhinge your jaw. And burgers shouldn't be bigger than your face. Like that's as big as a burger really should ever be. It's like, what's the point of a burger bigger than that? I'm certainly not about to eat a burger with a fork and a knife. That's not happening. Or like having to smash it down is kind of sad too. Not as sad as unhinging your jaw, but it's definitely kind of sad. Screen ride gets me. No one gets me. Screen ride gets me. That is not what I want. I want the Dark Totem top. I do not want Adamant Battle Axe. I did not get the Dark Totem top. The one thing that I wanted, son of a bitch. There we go. All right, so we got one more pull. Whoops. All right, we kill these fools. Then we do some dark beasts. And then what? I don't know. Whatever. I guess Duradel asks? Curadel asks? Is there anything else that I should like be keeping an eye out for? I don't need to be worried about like my task streak or anything, right? I can go get herb boxes, I guess. That's something. Yeah, we're chilling on the task streak. Smoke devils. I'm kind of geared up for this, actually. Maybe we'll do this now. Just need to get my cannon. I think 2 is plenty. Shouldn't need anything else. Hiox. Not necessary, but could help. We can't go to Fortis Coliseum because this ring. In order to do that, you need to do enough Coliseum to unlock the teleport straight to it, which is kind of silly. You need a certain amount of honors, right? Which is like your high score. There's a few things that you can get from the honors. You get an emote, you get that farming patch becomes disease free, and you get that teleport. There might be like one more thing, but it's like nothing. You get like literally nothing. The best thing that you get is the herb patch, I think. And I don't even know that there's anyone who cares about that herb patch except for me. And I do care about that herb patch. I just don't know if I care about that herb patch enough to do Coliseum for it. I don't know if I'm that based. I mean, I guess I would be doing it for the quiver rather than just for the herb patch. But there is a world where, like, you can do enough for the herb patch without doing the quiver very, very easily relative to the quiver. You can also, in theory, get the quiver without getting the herb patch, but like it's very unlikely. I think that if you get any time bonus at all, you'll be fine. Screenwrite says, well, you're the protagonist of reality, so it works out. I certainly am not. My ego is nowhere near that strong, thank God. It might have been once, but it hasn't been in a long time. Said I'm just tired. Somehow, for some reason. I mean, I guess it has been a long day streaming, 12 hours, but Screenwrite says just wait till you max on RuneScape, it will come right back. It might. It might. I doubt it will come back for that, because I think what me maxing on RuneScape proves isn't that like I am a gamer. It proves to me that anyone can do it, really, right? It's just a matter of putting in the time. If you put in the time, you will be maxed. That's all that maxing is, in my opinion. Yo, can I move over there, please? Shit. And I did it like, I would say relatively fast. Like if I get finished in the next 2 months, right? Finished before the end of July, then it would have been January to not the next July, but the following July. So that's like 18 months or whatever, right? Screenwriter says, didn't you do all the quests and most of the bosses? I definitely did all the quests, and I realistically did all the bosses. There's technically some bosses that I haven't done. There's Zuck, there's Soul Eridit, but like whatever, you know what I mean? Those are like, those aren't just bosses. Those are like their whole thing. I haven't done Hunleaf though. That's Gauntlet. But I've done like, yeah, definitely most bosses. I've done enough of the bosses to be like, I'm not worried about the bosses that I'm missing. You know what I'm saying? Should we look? All right, so we have Abyssal Sire, which I've done. It just doesn't show any KC there. Alchemical Hydra, which we haven't done, but we will soon. When we get a Hydra task, we'll like try and save it for later. Amoxicliatl, we've done. We only did the quest version, but like whatever, who cares? No, I think we did one after the quest version too, just like 1 KC for a combat task. Raxor we've done. Callisto we've done. We didn't do Callisto, we did Ardio, but Ardio and Callisto are the same. I don't care about doing the multiplayer version of it, right? It's the same thing, literally the same thing. Barrows, Bruafita, we already mentioned Callisto. Calvarian, we did Cerberus. Cox we've done. We're not going to do Cox challenge mode. The same thing, it's just different difficulty. Chaos Elemental, Chaos Fanatic, Commander Ziliana, we've done all of those. Corp we've done. We've done Crazy Archaeologist, done Dagonoth Prime, and the other 2 Dagonoths, Rex and Supreme. Ranged Archaeologist we've done. We've done a good amount of Duke. What is this? General Garage Door, sure. Giant Mole, sure. Grotesque Gargoyle, or Grotesque Guardians we've done. Hespori we've definitely done. Calfight Queen, yep. Quite a few of those. We had to get our head. There's KBD. Kraken we've done a little bit. Kree we did a little bit. I think we did Kree. Maybe not. Maybe we didn't actually do Kree, but we could definitely do Kree if we wanted to. Not a big deal. Just roll up and do a few of them. I don't know if we actually did. We probably didn't because that one kind of sucks. He's the least fun one. But I think we could have done it. You know what I mean? There's a chance that we did do it, but I don't know how much we tried to do all of the the God Wars dungeon stuff. And I just never got enough KC. That's totally fine. Because we did Krill, for example, you know, whatever. So we did Krill, Lunar Chests. We only did like Moon's Apparel like the one time really, which was plenty. Mimic, sure. Next, sure. Nightmare, we technically did a KC of Nightmare. I just didn't get kill credit because I didn't bring a magic switch, but like I was there for the whole fucking thing. That's plenty for me, to be honest. Like Mass World Nightmare is just like that. You just are supposed to bring a switch and I didn't bring it, right? Like it's fine, whatever. I literally just didn't do enough damage. I was there for the whole fight, you know what I mean? That's perfectly fine. Like if I've got KCs on Next, then I've got KC on Nightmare, no doubt. What else? Obor, yep. We did some Ogor. Not enough to show up on the rankings, but we definitely did it. Phantom Muspos, Arachnus, Spindel. No, Scorpio, Scurious, Scatizo. So Soul Herited, obviously we're not going to get a KC on. That's a quiver. Spindel, Temporos, Hunleaf and Corrupted Hunleaf. Those theoretically we could do. I think when it comes to Quiver and Inferno and Gauntlet and things like that, we're probably going to do like a community challenge. Like I'll do those things if you guys put forth enough points for me to come back for like maybe like a month of, you know, trying that stuff. You know what I mean? Like it becomes the main thing that I do for like a month or something. I don't know. Leviathan, sure. Huicoatl, sure. Royal Titans, definitely. Whisperer, we did in the boss, but just the boss version, which is fine for me. Theater Blood, we did a few KC, but only entry mode. Hard mode, of course, we're not going to actually do that, but you get it. It's fine. Thermonuclear Smoke Devil, we did a few of those. Like literally just one, I guess, but that's enough. It's what we needed for the diary. Maybe I did a few. I'm actually not sure, but I very possibly just did one. And I was like, okay, fine. But it's like extremely chill anyway. It's like a Kraken, basically. It's kind of AFK. TOA, we've done a few of those. Obviously, no experts. Zuck, we've already spoken about. Jad, of course. Rodorvis, same as Whisper and all those. Then Anatus is basically Calvarian. Oh no, Vedian is Calvarian. Venenatus is Spindel, right? Forkath, of course. Wintertot, of course. Yama we haven't done, but we'll do him soon-ish. At some point we'll do Yama, it's fine. Volcano, of course, and Zora we've technically done, but we probably will do that at least one more time as well. Just because I felt like I kind of like cheated on that one in a way that I don't know, I'm not thrilled about. So yeah, no, when it comes to bosses, I do feel like I've like done it. Really. The only bosses that I haven't done, in my opinion, are the ones that are like extreme dungeon commitments. So Hunleaf, Soul Herited, Zuck. Those are the only ones that I haven't done that I'm like, yeah, I truly haven't done those, and those do require me to actually do stuff for them. Oh, and Alchemical Hydra, of course. But like that one's like just on my list. Right? You were gonna do him. I could make it so that numbers appear next to all of them. That would be something, but like I don't want to do a TOB hard mode. You know what I mean? Like that's stupid. Maybe if I get to the point where I can like do TOB well enough that I can contribute and just get carried by people that are better than me, that'd be fine. But I don't think that I'm going to get to that point naturally. I think I'm going to have to spend a lot of time with like booze or something. Wait, loop half of key? Tooth half of key? Put the lime in the coconut. I don't know why I came here. I wanted this guy to move forward, but I went to the bottom for some reason. Yeah, I don't feel the best. I think it's just the food that I eat though. It did include a milkshake, which does make a certain amount of sense as I am somewhat lactose intolerant. Usually they make me feel better. Usually they're like celebratory things rather than just like a thing that I just get on a whim. But this time I'm definitely not. I definitely feel like I'm crashing more than anything. But you know, it's fine. We'll get to the other side of it. Cannonballs? That's certainly what I wanted. So sometimes I like struggle to go to this spot because I'm attacking this guy. And sometimes when I'm in this spot, I click here to attack that guy. And instead of attacking there, I move there. And I just don't understand how I could be so bad at clicking this guy, but so good at not clicking that guy, you know? What's going on? See, again, I wanted to go here, but I somehow clicked that smoke devil. I'm not sure about the Battle Royale game mode in Splitgate 2. It seemed okay. It didn't seem like it was like poorly thought out or anything. I just don't know that I would play that on Splitgate 2 when instead I could be playing just like the regular game. Seems like the regular game's just better and also way less confusing. I feel like Splitgate 2 is already a little overwhelming just because it's already got enough happening that like Battle Royale elements, though they do work, it's just like too much for me. It's cool that it's a game mode, but I definitely wouldn't develop it myself if I was working on the team, and I also wouldn't have it be a permanent game mode. You know what I mean? As far as like a rotational game mode though, that's kind of cool. But it's a little too much effort, I think, put into it for that. Especially for a free-to-play game that's just launching. So today's the first day that we streamed with a brand new chair, I think, right? No, that was yesterday, right? Yeah, I didn't build the chair. I built the chair. Oh my god. An occult necklace and a superior at the same time. So I built the chair. I think before stream on Friday. Yeah. So that means that would have come in on the Friday, I believe. So this is the first day that I've had the chair without having built it, and my first long stream with it. It's quite good. No complaints about comfort. As far as like sitting in the chair goes. My armrests, I notice, are a little shorter than they used to be, and they aren't as adjustable as it was for my other chair. Like, you can't independently raise and lower the armrests, I don't think. Like, you have to raise the entire chair to mess with the armrest. And I feel like it's not a big problem. It's far from a big problem, but I feel like that is a complaint for me. I wish that the armrests could move independently so I could raise them just a little bit, like literally an inch more, maybe, is all it needs. Because right now, what I'm doing with the way that I'm positioned against my table is my arms roughly in line with the surface of my table, and it should be just slightly higher than the surface of my table so that I'm resting like my wrist on my table instead of dragging my wrist across, well, like carrying my arm everywhere. Basically, I usually just like rest my arm on the table, which is probably why I don't have a lot of wrist strain, you know what I'm saying? But instead, since my armrest is a little bit lower, I'm just driving my elbow into the armrest, if that makes sense. Instead of my elbow being up and like going down onto the table, my table is up and my elbow is going down onto my armrest. It's not a huge deal. The armrest is mostly like pretty comfortable. It's just that, you know, if I'm sitting here for now 12 hours, there's a nice little dent where my elbow has driven the like cushion of the armrest down in that one specific spot, because I'm just literally pile driving or whatever that part of my armrest. Is definitely not good for like long term. I can raise the whole chair up, which isn't necessarily a problem either. I've got room to do that, but I don't know if I want to do that, you know? Because that's gonna like make it, I have enough room for my legs, but it's gonna be harder for me to stand. Yo, can I fucking leave? Please? Damn. But like, it's gonna be hard for me to like literally stand like from where I am. Yo, 2 Dark Beast tasks, good lord. Well, not stand, but like move around with my chair. Agadas says, what about the frog boss, Saku Kenpaku? I've killed Saku once in the wilderness already, and I think I'm going to kill him one more time to level of prayer to 99. If not Saku, then Savage. Kind of the same thing. You can technically use the cannon on the Dark Beasts tasks as well. Like, I don't think it's necessary at all, but you technically can use one here. It's just that the cannon can be set down, but it's not multi-combat at all. So it's kind of a silly thing, but it's okay. It's not the worst. It's fine. It's just, I don't think it's worth it. Just an extra thing to bring and then pick up. Okay, that's good. Prayer, that's... And we go to the GE and then to the Slayer. Whoa. To the Mourner Caves. And we'll do 2 of these tasks back to back. We're bringing this ring just because there's no reason to make inventory space. We'll have plenty of space. No, my prayer potion. I still needed that. All right, we drink this. You just use piety for our specs. And we chill out, and we kill a total of, I think, 30 dark beasts. This is basically just for Slayer points, because this task isn't very good for actually leveling Slayer, but it's chill enough, and it doesn't take a very long time. It's similar to like Black Dragons. I think we would do a Black Dragon task for the same reason. Basically no trouble. We just go, you know, Taverly, bit bap bam, then come back, do the next task. Not a problem. Just a little bit of a break in between the real tasks. Oh, there is one other thing about this chair. So it's very good on my lower back and like where my shoulder blades are, the bottom of my shoulder blades, but it doesn't really do like any more than that, if that makes sense. There's no like headrest for the chair, which is fine, right? Like I don't need to like rest my head on anything. It just is, again, different than what I'm used to on the other chair. The other chair was like that race car style, like gamer chair or whatever, where there's like a little pillow thing that you like can rest basically the back of your head and neck on or whatever. It's just different, right? It's just different. Akadazis is, yeah, the same thing. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Akadazis says, once I started using an office chair, my back felt better. Yeah. I imagine part of the reason why this ever happened is because the chair that I was using just wasn't a very good chair. And then now that I'm using a better chair is why it feels weird, but it's also not, it's noticeably not causing any pain at all. I don't know if it's like relieving the pain. I don't know if it's undoing the damage that I've done. You know what I'm saying? That might be a bridge too far. I think part of it is just like stretching. Just got to do some like true yoga stretches at some point. But I'm feeling better. Well, I'm not feeling worse, I guess, mostly. And I have a chair downstairs now, so now I can sit at my table. I even sat there for a little while I was eating food. I moved my whole table, so before my kitchen's like rectangular shaped, right? Before my table was like in the middle, because that's like, I don't know, it's where the magic happens. It's in front of the counters and stuff, the sinks and stuff. But I moved it up into this corner, so now there's a lot of floor space. I don't need floor space for anything, but it felt like the table should go in the corner so that the chair could go up to the corner as well, instead of the chair being in the middle of the room. And sometimes I like run into the table too, because again, this is the room. Sorry, this is the room, and the table is in the middle. There's also a bathroom kind of in the middle off one side. So the path between the bathroom and the kitchen sink was interrupted by the table like directly, and I moved the table completely out of the way of that. So now it's much less likely that I'll accidentally stumble into something if I'm like walking in the dark in the kitchen for some reason, which I don't typically do. I don't make a habit out of doing, but like, you know, I have stumbled into it before like an idiot, and now it's not in a place that I will very likely stumble into it. I mean, there's just open floor really now. Like I'd have to like fuck up pretty badly to end up stumbling into something. And then again, there's like 2 sets of blackout curtains. One at the bottom of the stairs and one at the entrance to the kitchen. So they're like 3 feet away from each other. One's like here and one's, you know, perpendicular to it, I suppose. You know, from a bird's eye view. And I've definitely misjudged where the other curtain is before, because it's very, very dark. Thing about the blackout curtains is they fucking work, you know what I mean? It's very hard to tell where they actually like begin and end, and like where the doorway is. So I kind of like stumble a little bit sometimes. I miss a little bit. It's just an occupational hazard, you know, just a downside of like living in this house the way that I do as a dumbass. There's a couple light switches that I don't know what they do. I'm gonna definitely figure out what they go to one day. I haven't rooted it out yet, because partly because I don't have time, but mostly because if I figured out what it went to, I would forget. And I think I've solved one of them before. I've narrowed it down and was like, oh, this is what this is actually supposed to be doing. And I just forgot about it. So as a result, I want to get a Sharpie first. I'm going to find a Sharpie somewhere so I can just write on the light switch, this is what this does. So when I actually narrow it down the next time, I won't ever forget about it. Because there's a weird amount of light switches, actually. There's a light switch behind me that operates the floor lamp in this room. But in the other room, on the opposite wall of that, there's another light switch, and that light switch doesn't do anything. And below that, there's a light switch that operates the light in that room. So you would think that the light switch that doesn't do anything would operate that light, like the ceiling light in that room, but it doesn't. It was part of a three-way where there's like a light switch at the entrance, at the stairs leading up to the room, and a light switch at the top of the stairs, basically. But there's 3 light switches, and the third one just doesn't do anything. It just wasn't part of that circuit at all. So I don't know why. I just don't know why there's a light switch there. I fully don't know what it could do. I mean, it could do a lot of things, I guess, but I fully don't know what it is supposed to be doing. Because there's no plugs or anything. I mean, there are plugs, but there's nothing that it clearly runs to. It's very strange. It's a mystery, man. And I'm definitely curious. It's one of those things I would have definitely solved already had I not started streaming. It's one of those home renovation things, actually, that I was planning on putting a good amount of time into, but with the stream schedule the way that it is, I kind of sidelined all the home renovations. And this is also free, where home renovations cost some amount of money. They cost a certain amount of time and some amount of money to go get materials and stuff to make things better. Not terribly expensive usually, but it's enough where I'm I don't really want to spend money on this right now. This Dark Beast task sucks. I'm gonna get a superior soon though, right? I'm due. We'll do this one more again. This task, I mean. We're going to kill one more of these as well, but we're not going to be done. Not with just that. Screen Knight says anytime now. Almost certainly not. You can get a superior on the last one. And when that happens in an area like a Slayer dungeon or whatever, it's fine. They just let you kill the superior as well, even though the task is already complete. But I doubt it. Equal odds, but I doubt it. We're probably just gonna go get the other task and then come right back here. Wait for the spawn. Not for the spawn of the superior. Well, technically for the spawn of superior, but for whatever it drops. Screwhead says, I just installed a water filter on my water line because my well started sucking up a little sand. Probably going to have to nut up and dig a new one. Dude. That sucks. I feel like sand would like help purify your water, but you don't want the water being in the water or sand being in the water line. Digging a new well does not sound like a fun time at all, though. How far do wells go, I wonder? I don't think that they're that deep, right? Classically, like in media, they're like quite deep, probably like 40 or 50 feet deep. Maybe that's just media though, because I've seen wells that were like not that deep at all, like maybe 20. Screwnight says, luckily in Florida it's not that deep. Our water level is super high. Yeah, true. You basically live on like one giant aquifer or whatever, right? And then I think we just do that again. Let's go again. Let's go again. It says literally do. Plus I'm on an island, so I only have to dig like 30 feet to have constant brackish water. I have a dual pump and a water softener already. It's quite the backwards ass setup I have assembled. Interesting. You live on an island. Really? That's kind of crazy. You're just ready for the zombie apocalypse, huh? That's kind of cool in a way. You don't have a bomb shelter though, clearly. I think that bomb shelter would be very wet. I think it would be very hard to make a bomb shelter. Screaming says I got a tree fort. That is the opposite of a bomb shelter. But like, I think it would be very hard to make a bomb shelter in a place that's very wet like that. You can definitely make it waterproof, right? But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the ground is going to want to drive it up. It would have to be heavy. Like, a pool without water in it would just like float out of the ground. Like, it would literally, it's not heavy enough. It's not dense enough to like sink into the ground. And obviously you don't want it to sink into a ground either, a pool, because that would be a problem, right? It needs to be like perfectly, like when it's filled with water, it doesn't really sink. You know what I mean? Scruna says it's almost impossible to have a basement up to code here. Can't imagine an entire shelter. Yeah. You could probably figure it out, but it would definitely not be a small endeavor. Scruna says surely they can make it happen. Oh, I believe anything is possible. It's just how motivated you are. Like, we could definitely be living underwater full time if we wanted to. It's just like logistically a pain in the ass that no one wants to go through the trouble of figuring out, right? It's when we can just like live on the surface and it just be fine, right? Like it's not like it's impossible. It can definitely be done, but like why would you spend this much money for this? Like, just live on the ground, dog. It's fine. Ground is fine. What benefits are there even to being underwater? It's just more expensive for like no reason. I mean, it's cool. But so is like an observation deck, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to be fully underwater for that either. Or even just like a regular dock. Does seem like a good thing for an engineer to submit for their like bachelor's, you know what I mean? Like a design for like a fully aquatic city or something like that. Actually, that's more of a bachelor. That's got to be a doctorate, you know what I mean? A city, it seems like a lot. Maybe like one communal center, like a vault, you know what I mean? That's a cool idea. Somebody makes their PhD by like trying to recreate to the best of like technology's ability with like a Fallout shelter, like straight from the game's Fallout, but like as much, you know, with modern safety standards and all of that. Like that seems like it would be a perfectly fine doctoral thing to submit, right? That'd be pretty sick. I think that somebody could do that in a way that would be like pretty compelling and interesting. In a way that is also like even valuable to society, probably, even though it is like mostly a shitpost kind of. Get that dude out of here. Get me pictures of Spider-Man. All right, so we got a Bloodveld task. Woo, you're tripping. We're not doing Abra inspectors. We could do Iraq sites. Not now, though. We'll start with the Bloodvelds. Bloodvelds and Iraq sites are basically the same. Same setup, right? Same gear. So we'll switch to the standard spellbook because we don't need anything else. We can get Hyox. We won't need it for the Bloodvelds because they don't really drop good shit. But we will need it for the Iraq sites, which will come later. I don't need that. We need this. Screw says I have 72 Slayer, I'm gonna guess. Yes. Yes. I am correct. And you are correct as well. We are correct together. You need one of these, one of those. Might do some decanting here real quick. There we go. That'll be plenty. Cannon. 4 prayer is definitely more than we need. So we'll go with 4. Probably don't need even that much. Teleport to get there. Ranging potion's fine. Inventory's fine. Go kill some blood velds. Ah, motherfucker. So we're gonna kill these blood velds, swap out the task, probably do the Araxites right after. Then we'll come right back here, climb that wall instead. Do the Araxites. Make up for the loss that we inevitably accrue here at this blood veld task. And then who knows what we'll do after that. It could be anything. Anything could be in store. But it's probably going to be Dust Devil, Smoke Devils, Araxites. I guess we're going to be doing an Araxite text. No, we're doing this now. This motherfucker. So, Araxites. What else? Tisar. Those are mostly the tasks that I've been doing. Abyssal Demons. Necreals. I've just been doing those same like 6 tasks over and over again, basically, this whole fucking time. It's part of the reason why our rate is not good, but as good as it is. A rate could be as low as like probably like 35k or 30k an hour if we were doing worse tasks. And even now, we did Dark Beast twice, which dramatically affected this rate. It would be up by like 15k an hour if we were doing something better. But you know, whatever. We just got a few free points. Not a big deal. I say free points. It costs us a little bit of time. Not a huge deal though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Cannon. And then I started blasting. That's it. This is the task. Do this until we run out of blood velds. Venator bow, highly recommended. Not necessary, highly recommended. If not Venator bow, then Emberlight. If not Emberlight, if you have enough charges, Arclight, but probably not Arclight. And then you actually want a slash weapon. You want like Abyssal Whip over Fang. Fang, I think, is slower. Same with Dagonoth. This setup is exactly the same, and I think you kind of want to do the same setup. Here, Dagonoths, Araxites. They're all the same. Venator bow. And if not Venator bow, then you want to switch it up a little bit. Slash weapon is perfectly fine with Dagonoths. Again, Abyssal Whip. For Araxites, you want to do a bludgeoning weapon, I believe. Like, I don't know. Abyssal Bludgeon. Inquisitor's Mace, whatever. You know, a bludgeoning weapon. Fucking Dragon Mace. I don't know what bludgeoning weapons are like. Zemeraki and Asta probably is the one. That's probably the, like, budget bludgeoning option. No, I'm not auto-retaliating. That's why it's weird. Screenwriter says these hands are a bludgeoning weapon. I think they actually are, yeah. I suggest kick, though. Kick is better. Punch is okay, kick is better. Higher DPS. Lokrin says kick, yeah. Aggressive style. Hold on. Sorry, my pants are falling down. I need to stand up. I was trying to do it while seated and it just wasn't working. There we go. Okay. Aggressive style. So If I take the bow off, kick is aggressive, punch is accurate. Higher DPS for kick. Pikachu says, Panda, this is why I hate having a hand tracker, because you have to stand up to fix your pants. It's a reason, weird reason to hate hand trackers, I think, but all right. Hold on. I think I'm going to cross my legs. We're trying something new in the new chair. Hold on. Sorry, I keep slamming into the table over and over again. Oh, fuck. There we go. Oh, God. It's a little tight. She's a little tight, but it actually is fine. I have just enough space to cross my legs and sit at my table. Just enough space. Screenwriter says, just don't wear pants. So I'm going to be honest. I considered not wearing pants, but the chair is kind of like leathery. And I was worried that I was going to either get sweaty or get like stuck to it. Pikachu says tight, just like my Animu. Your Animu is tight? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Also, hey Pika, what's up, Lokran? How are you guys doing? Pika says, well, you see, go on. I'm curious. You have my rapt attention, my undivided attention, I say, when I'm clearly dividing my attention. Screen says, fuck that mean. True. Yo, that fucking Applebee's is coming back. That's what it is. It's heartburn. That's why I feel so weird. It's weird that it makes me feel lightheaded and spacey, but it's definitely gas. Pika says, I just woke up. Your sleep schedule to me is like fully an enigma. Like, you sleep from like specifically like 10 p.m. backwards to like 4. Maybe a little earlier than that. Pika says the AC is on, but I feel like dehydrated jerky. That's a specific feeling for sure. Holy shit. Have you played Splitgate 2 yet? I just played it again today, this time on stream. I was pretty impressed. I like it. I think it's pretty good. Pika hasn't. It's free to play. No purchase required. The CEO is a little, you know what I mean? Screamers says free. Yeah, it's fully free. In fact, I insist that you don't spend any money on it, to be honest. Pika says, I want to play more Observer System Redux. I wanted to play right now, but I actually want to shower. Just take a shower, bro. Like, you don't... What do you mean? Why would you be like, I want a shower instead of just taking a shower? Bro, it only takes a second. Pika says, my fans, they need me right now? Your stinky ass? I don't know, man. I think they can wait until you stop stinking, bro. It's fine. Screenwriter says, take your smelly ass to the shower. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Pika says, my friends are playing Minecraft and I feel like I should play with them, but also, yeah, shower. It only takes a few minutes to shower. There's no way you're going to be in that shower for more than like, what? 15 minutes? Tops? How deep clean do you get? Pika says, like, no, that's like a 40-minute endeavor. What kind of fucking shower process do you have, bro? Damn. This bro's acted like he's gonna come out the shower and it'll be winter. Pika says, I have to act like that L'Oreal commercial. You gotta do a hair flip? Like, what do you mean? Pika says, love the skin you're in and all that. Is that L'Oreal? I thought it was because you're worth it. I've never seen a L'Oreal commercial last for 30 minutes, bro. Never. Let alone 40, I guess. Because it's wait. Yeah, go on. Pika says, is that L'Oreal? It's L'Oreal because you're worth it, right? L'Oreal because you're worth it. There might be, it might also be love the skin that you're in. I'm not sure. This George starts at 6 minutes for a shower. 6 minutes is pretty good. You got to get in there and get down and dirty. No, you're getting clean, actually. Pikachu says, love the skin you're in. Gift set for fresh, renewed skin Olay. Yeah. You tried. Pika says, I shower and shave and then I have to like shampoo and condition. The showering isn't the worst part. Pika says, it's like brushing teeth, deodorant, moisturizing after. Blow drying my hair. You've added like 15 minutes perhaps to the 10-minute shower so far. Pika says curling it. I don't know. I don't know how much time that takes. That might take a lot, I guess. I don't know. Do you need to blow dry it and curl it? I guess so, huh? I feel like a curling iron would dry it pretty well. Curling it is crazy. You curl your hair, bro? Damn. How do you curl your hair without using a curling iron? Pika says it's so bad for your hair, I think. Burning it in twirls? Yeah, probably. But like, whatever, man. Hair is like fully an aesthetic thing anyway. It has almost no functional purpose other than like being aesthetically pleasing to other people and yourself. Pika says if you do it when wet, maybe. I only wave it really. Pika says get a little hair texture in there. What the fuck do you mean by that? Screw Knight says put it in rollers and dry it in the rollers. That's how my grandma used to do it, I think. I think that would work. If you just put it in the rollers when it's wet, it would dry probably curly, or at least. Pika says it keeps my bald head protected from the sun. Well, your head isn't bald if you have hair on it. But also you could just wear a hat. Also, when do you go out into the sun? What are you talking about? When was the last time you've gone outside during daylight? You wake up at 10 p.m. Like the light has already left your life when you wake up. What do you mean? Screen says you could be in the shower already. True. He would already be fucking 4 minutes deep in his 25-minute process that he said was 40 minutes long. Pika says, yeah, but I'm eating lasagna. Bro, this lasagna situation is crazy. Somebody needs to tell Moist Critical about this shit. He needs to know. He needs to understand. Pika says we got lasagna and Screenlight says eat it in the shower. I'm not here for that level of multitasking. Eating should not happen in the shower. I'm out. I'm out. Pika says, I bet Moist Critical understands my hair situation. He probably does. Pika says he has long hair. He does, yeah. I still don't know if he takes 40 minutes in the shower though, bro. Screenwrite says, what about beer drinking? And Pika says, a shower beer? Yeah, you know, to like celebrate. I think that should happen after you finish taking a shower, then you drink a beer. You know, crack a nice brewski. Pika says, I legit know people that used to drink a shower beer. Pika says, but I'm not an alcoholic. Oh, you just know alcoholics? I don't think I need a shower beer. I think I'm all right on that one. Screenwriter says, no pleasure, no rapture, no exquisite sin greater than a shower beer. Pika says, I grew up in a college town of like 5,000 people. There were plenty of shower beerers. It's pretty sick in a way, I guess. Screenwriter says, I may be being a tad hyperbolic. Yeah, I would say so. Screenwriter says, but it's pretty good once in a while, a shower beer. I don't drink beer at all, so I'll never know. I'll never know. I don't think beer is necessarily a problem by itself, but I have like I'm pretty addiction inclined. Does that make sense? I'm the type of person who's at risk of being heavily addicted to just about anything. So I don't do any gambling or drinking or drugs because I very much, you know, am at risk, you know, as you can see from me playing RuneScape a lot. Because it's all people who would drink. It's all people would do, drink essentially. Sure, because there was nothing else to do. Because I also don't drink. Fair enough. Screen says I respect it. It's fully just like a fear of God thing. I wouldn't necessarily say it's something that's like worthy of respect. I'm just very likely to like lose myself in a big way, you know? Screen says, I not only am at risk, I am actively addicted to several things. Luckily, alcohol is no longer one of them. That's fucking awesome. Great. Pika says, is CSGO creates one of them. For Screen Ride, ain't no way. Literally no chance. Pikachu says, every time I see that red knife, I'm like, that could be me. It could. It could be. Pika says, does Splitgate have some serious Gamba crates? I don't know of any loot box at all that it has. I know that it has a battle pass. Pika says Fortnite battle pass. Sure, man. I'm actually just out of water. I just finished drinking. How much more do we have in the stream? A couple hours? I'll leave it up to you. Do you want me to get water? I'll get water, but only if you want me to, Screen Ride. Sure, as long as you're drinking. Yeah, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm fully out. That's all I got. I drank an entire glass plus a milkshake. Then probably another glass. No, hey, Jesse. Screen says, but drink before bed? I might. I probably will. Pika says a milkshake? Yeah. I got it with my Applebee's. Jesse says, how'd the collab go? It was just Delta and I, really. So I haven't showed up for a little while. Pika says Applebee's nuts. Pika, are you proud of yourself? Do you feel like you've made the world a better place today? Pika says, I am. All right, great. Chuzzy says, is Splitgate 2 fun? It can be a little overwhelming, but it's just another like first-person shooter, arena shooter type dealy. It's just another first-person shooter type dealy where you're just like trapped in a space, killing the guys and doing the objectives. It's not like crazy. Chuzzy decided to riff on Pikachu Queen's Applebee's nuts by saying Applebee's D's nuts. So she took the thing that he did that was like almost perhaps maybe creative and made it less creative and said, here you go. This is for you. Screenwrite says somehow worse indeed. Indeed. You saw Pika make a joke that I was like, that is some weak stuff. How dare you? And you were like, weak? I'll show you weak. You punch low, I go lower. Like, all right, Juzzy. Good for you. Chuzzy says, that's right. Good for you, Chuzzy. Don't let anybody tell you different. Pika says, but only because one other streamer I know, her Minecraft name is literally Bees Nuts, and she's pursuing a doctorate degree. A doctorate degree in what? Pika says, I have no idea. Oh, that's exciting. Chuzzy says degrees nuts. That's at least better. At least you're trying. At least you're trying. Pika says I could ask her probably. You don't need to. It's fine. Being that you said probably, I'm like, don't risk your relationship. You know what I mean? Don't risk that friendship on a trivial question that I'm not even that interested in the answer. You know what I mean? It's fine. I'm not even really gonna wonder, you know, it's like, it'll be fine. Pika says, I don't think she'd mind if she was streaming, but she's Australia. I think she's asleep. Isn't it like 9 a.m.? Screenwrite says, no, I need to know. Wake her up. Fuck. Fucking. What is it? Melbourne. Noon. What else? Whatever. It's gonna be like within 3 hours of that. Pika says she's set to D&D. Sure. Pika says I'm not in her DMs. I don't know her like that. Does she have her own Discord server? Because if she has her own like streaming Discord server, you could just like throw that shit in general without even tagging anyone, and it'll be fine. Pika says D&D, she's set to Dungeons and Dragons. How fucking scary. How dare you invoke the name Dungeons and Dragons to me? You've merely adopted the Dungeons and Dragons. I was born in it, molded by it. Pika says also she does, so I could ask her in general. So yeah, just throw it in the general chat. I wouldn't even tag her. Eventually she'll see. Probably. Chuzzy says D&D. What's her charisma? Screamer says D&D's nuts. Am I right, Chuzzy? Don't encourage her. Chuzzy says she's a whole continent. Oh, because he said she's Australia. Damn, you didn't put any effort into that one, huh? But yeah, it's noon in Melbourne, which is spelled Melbourne, but it's pronounced Melbourne. Ask Australians, they'll tell you. I'll tell you what. Chuzzy says, nice one. See, look, she doesn't even know. Your your sarcasm is lost on her. You understand? Your ironic jokes fully lost. Screenride says nat 20 for me, easy. Her charisma can't be a natural 20, Screenride. That's not how stat blocks work. A natural 20 is when you roll and it rolls on a 20 without any modifiers. All right? Your stat blocks can't be naturally anything. Screenride says it can in my house. Not anymore, it fucking can't. Screenride says, listen, nerd. No. You're listening to me now. I'm on my fucking soapbox now. I said don't invoke the name D&D in my house, and you did it anyway. Pikachu says, I remember at work I was playing with a guy during a playtest and he was Australian and I said Melbourne and he was like visibly pained. And then since he was Australian, he told me he was upset and I was like, bruh, it's Melbourne. I've never heard Melbourne. I've heard Melbourne. No R. That's interesting. Screenwriter says, I bet you want me to roll like D6 for stats. Disgusting. It's 46 drop the lowest. But there's more than one way to get stats. I think 46 drop the lowest is perhaps the least interesting way to have stats though, because it's just randomized. Your heroic character should be heroic. So I like maybe a point system, like where you buy stat points, or the standard order where realistically I like it's like one of your stats is like an 8. It's like 8, 10, 13, 13, 15, 18 or something like that. That arrangement seems like it is most conducive to like an interesting character. You should probably be bad at something and good at something, and then like maybe middling on something else. I don't love for everyone to have the same stats necessarily, but your stats should be heroic, I think, rather than just like random. Pikachu me says there's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. I'm familiar with the song, yes. Pikachu me says also you're right, Melbourne, or however they pronounce it. Sure. Melbean, but probably more Melbourne. Melbean? Maybe, I don't know. I've just heard Melbourne, but I don't have like an ear for an Australian accent. I definitely can't do it myself, for example. It's certainly not convincing. Screenwrite says W take for like the stat randomization thing, or what? Chuzzy's just asking 15 questions. So first I said Melbourne, right? And she said burn, born, bun, bin, bean, barn. There you go, Chelsea. Can't say I ignored you now. But that's all you get. Melbourne. I do like Melbourne, actually. Because it's okay, I shower. All right, man. I'll still be live when you're done. Because to see you all tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be up bright and early as well. Chelsea says, don't drown in a shower? You think he's just going to stare at the shower faucet with his mouth open and forget to breathe through his nose or something? Just like... that's how he dies. Standing up, drowning. Pika says you can drown in an inch of water. Not if you're standing up, unless you're very short. Or you're wearing a helmet. Screwhead says maybe you can. I certainly can't. Pika says, is this a cubic inch of water? I imagine it means an inch deep. So it doesn't matter how big the pool is. It's just that shallow, if you will. Pika says, just like me, an inch deep. Damn, dude. That sucks, I think. How deep do you think that people are? Like, physically? Like, if you were to physically represent how deep someone is emotionally in, like, actual corporeal reality, in, like, numerical terms, right? How deep is someone, right? Like, is the deepest person, like, 2 feet deep? Chezzy says, I need a scale. That's what I'm asking you for. I'm asking you for a scale. Pika Joke Me says maximum size, and then Pika says, oh, emotionally? Damn. And Pika says, how deep is your love? Exactly. Screenwriter says, I need someone passionate about D&D to convince my friends to play. What do you charge? I don't think I can convince people to play D&D. And if you wanted to play D&D with people who never played D&D before, what I would recommend is playing Baldur's Gate 3 with them so they can understand a lot of like the combat system and what kind of things you should be looking and thinking about in terms of D&D. And from there, I would probably introduce them to like Critical Role or whatever your favorite D&D podcast is, especially at like a new season or something like that. So they can see what like dialogue can be like, because the best parts of D&D aren't combat. Combat is like maybe the worst part of D&D. Combat is like a necessary evil sometimes. And there's like some interesting things that you can do in combat, but for the most part, the best part about D&D is like the theater of the mind, the interplay between the DM and the world and the characters, the players. Screenwriter says, I tried Critical Role. It's kind of working. Oh, fantastic. Obviously, it's very, very popular. I saw the first episode of Critical Role, which isn't the first time that they played together, but it's the first like publicly available like backlog experience. The audio was dog shit, but I had a fantastic fucking time. I was absolutely enraptured, and then I never had time to watch any more. It's not that I didn't have time. I could have definitely watched more, but I never like made time to watch more Critical Role. But it was fantastic. I saw that and I was like, I fucking get it. The audio was terrible, but I fucking get it. And I just never made time to watch any more of it. Chuzzy says, roll for initiative is usually scarier and intense than the actual combat. I fully disagree. I'm never afraid of roll for initiative. Never. Me personally, never. Screenwriter says, on average, I would say a person is a cubic yard. That's interesting. On average? So that means that the shallowest person is probably like literally skin deep. Ooh, I love that. Let's say skin deep is as shallow as someone possibly can be. Okay. I could see a cubic yard is like the average person. What does that mean for like the deepest person? They're probably like noticeably deeper. Like a swimming pool, like an in-ground swimming pool. It's probably as deep as someone could possibly be. Jesse says, I need a max and a minimum number to work with. I'm doing my best. Vika said, okay, BRB, he's finally gone. He's finally taking his shower. Screener says, I think the most recent episodes, everyone overreacts, but the earlier stuff is fantastic. Matt is great. I think overreacting is part of the experience, part of putting on the show. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Screenwrite, or Chelsea says reasoning and Screenwrite says he's covering it. And then Chelsea says, oh, okay. So where are the numbers and Panda's the reasoning? What? I don't understand. Oh, I only need one more. Next, that's fine. Won't do that yet. We'll do your rack sites first. We need a few more things. Screenwriter says, I'm still waiting for Chuzzkins to answer. She probably forgot that she was asked a question. Okay. Chuzzy says, I think that the average person is like a pool with a 6-foot deep end. Chuzzy says, I was typing. It took you that long to type fucking 15 words? One anti-venom is probably fine. Anything else? Judge says, no, I was trying to listen, so I couldn't type. That's pretty funny. Screenwriter says, on a BlackBerry, if she had a mechanical keyboard, she better be typing faster than that. Is that a fucking Tebow? Why does this guy have a Tebow in his hands? He's thieving. Weird. Jesse says, can you think of reasoning for my pool scaling? That the average person is a pool with a 6-foot deep end? I think you want that I think you want that scale because you think that the difference between people is a lot smaller than I'm giving people credit for. There's your reasoning. Oh, fuck. It's him. He's here. He's here.
I'm here.
Oh, shit. Hey, Saki, what's up, dude? Look, I found a safe spot. Look.
Ah. Wait, that safe spot is valid for me too. I used a halberd here.
Sick. You're welcome.
This is 2 range.
Yeah, looks like it, right? Chuzzy says Saku. And then Chuzzy says, nah, I need more. Jesse says, think about the difference with having a shallow and a deep end on average. What? The pool represents the person, not the parts of the pool representing a person. Unless you meant something different than what you said. Because if the pool is, if the depth of a person, right, is represented by a pool with a 6 foot deep end, then the whole pool represents the person, not the differences in a pool. What are you talking about? Chazzy says, I want to see if Panda can think of my reasoning. What the what kind of a weirdo fuck? Okay. I'm not that kind of a person, Chelsea. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not like, oh, like master decipherer, like this is what that person meant by that. Like fucking Batman. You know what I mean? Like that's not me at all. I struggle with like a basic empathy and like understanding other people's perspectives. I'm not gonna be able to like repeat your, you know what I mean? Like that's not gonna happen. This is not true. You're Sherlock Holmes. Chuzzy says you're not Batman. Well, you've never seen me and Batman in the same place at the same time, to be fair, but no, I'm not Batman. For all intents and purposes, as far as you're aware and concerned, I am not Batman.
Yet.
Screamer says, are you saying one person can have different levels of shallow? I think that's necessarily true because your relationships with other people are different, right? And every relationship that you have with other people has a different depth associated with it. And the amount that you're willing to like convey to someone is like roughly, if not directly proportional to your actual depth to an upper limit, right? Screenwriter says, I mean, inherently the levels must be different. I think that you don't exist really in isolation. You are defined in some ways by your relationships. Social organisms don't really work without that, in my opinion, at least by my measure. Screenwriter says, so yes, but I can't decipher what she means still. I still fully don't know. Yeah, no, I'm not there. Is this death runes? Okay, yeah, we can put death runes in there. Screenwriter says, without the construct, would I be free? As you are now, no, you would be very, very sad. Unless you already have like something like severely broken in you to begin with. You know what I mean? Some people like probably would be okay, but that's because they're already like not, you know what I mean? They're not normal. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing though. I say broken in such that it is like malformed or atypical, not necessarily such that it is like malaligned or malignant or malevolent or anything like that. Spirit says, joke's on you, I already am. See? I would be more worried about saying broken in that context, but the person who that would apply to wouldn't be offended by me calling them broken because they already exist outside of the social structure, right? Like, I'm obviously not really concerned about hurting that person's feelings because they already exist outside of the social stigma, the social construct space. Like, they're fine. They're beyond my petty words directed in their direction. You know what I mean? Like, they'll be fine. They don't care very much, if at all. I've gotten 4 pairs of RNA boots. What are the rates on this? RNA. Boots. One in 800. That's about right. I'm a little underrate. Josie says, I'm just being my usual self and overthinking and complicating a basic fun question. Sure. Chuzzy says, yeah, depending on which emotion and where they stand in the pool, like personal closeness. I don't think the emotional state of someone determines how shallow they are, though. Says, no one here can relate. It's true. If you think about it, we're all sending smoke signals, keep pretending we're one.
It's even funnier on my end because each of the words kept cutting out.
Oh, really? It didn't cut out on the stream, I don't think. Really,
Probably not.
I heard it back in the playback, so it seems fine. Chuzzy says personal closeness, meaning that they may seem shallow towards some people than others. You said depending on which emotion and where they stand in the pool, like personal closeness. I don't think emotional state has anything to do with it, was my conceit. My argument was very specifically emotional state doesn't seem to apply. You said the word emotion. Thank you, Jesse, for confirming that it was fine on stream. I was pretty sure I heard it in the playback. It wasn't very good because I can't sing kind of full stop, but I do very much love the game Transistor. It's very good, especially because of the music. The music is very, very good in Transistor. And if you like Evangelion, then you might enjoy the premise of Transistor. If you like the plot of Evangelion specifically, excuse me. There's a lot of things that you can like about Evangelion, but specifically the plot. Transistor is a lot more cleanly written, though. It's a lot easier to understand what is happening in Transistor than Evangelion, which isn't saying very much. Chuzzy says, like, some people may have more depth when it comes to some emotions than others. Some people may have more depth when it comes to some emotions than others. Are you trying to say that the emotional spectrum of some people is grander than others? Because I agree with that. I don't think that it's fair to say that the emotional depth of someone is different, though. That's like saying that somebody's happiness is like greater than somebody else's happiness. That's like saying, like, you can relativistically say, oh, well, this person is like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really like the angle that you're cutting on that shit. You can't really compare my joy to someone else's, even if my reactions are more mellow. That isn't to say that it's less, right? I don't think that's a conceivable or reasonable conceit. Chuzzy says not like that, you stinky. It's all the same though to me. Like, it's all like one part of the same thing. Screenwriter says compared to what precisely? Chuzzy says, I meant that in terms of some, may have more emotional maturity and understanding on some areas than others. Like they may be able to handle or to connect to certain emotions better. They may be able to connect to certain emotions better. I'm not sure really what that means. Are you saying that they have better empathy? Because you don't need to connect to your own emotions, really. I don't think. Like, even children don't need to connect to their own emotions. It's being able to empathize, really, is usually the problem. Chuzzy says, in some people, you might be more closed off to and show less of your inner emotions than, and they'd be standing in the shallow end of the pool. I think you're mixing your own metaphor. Are you the pool that they are standing in that? Because that's like not, that's not the conceit at all. But you're like framing like a very specific, like you're working with a very specific frame of reference that you haven't like imposed on us in any way. You're just like walking us through it from the inside out. Chuzzy says, I should have began by stating that I have more than one interpretation. Yeah, it seems that way. It definitely seems that way. It definitely seems like I'm just like encountering like new rules and understandings that I'm supposed to incorporate in some way where it's like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? Like that's not, none of this has been established. Where's the fucking lore at, bro? But yeah. I'm still not totally there. Still not totally understanding. That's okay. I don't think I need to like have a deep understanding of your theoretical meta construct. You know what I mean? I think it's okay. We'll be fine, I think. Jesse says, but I was trying to describe multiple interpretations that don't all follow the same rules, but I didn't specify that. Jesse says, how dare you? No, it's not a big deal. I messed up the explanation anyway with this one. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not inside your head. Josie says, I definitely could have explained how I was thinking about it better. I mean, I think you like intentionally didn't explain how you were thinking about it. So yeah, I would imagine that you could theoretically explain it better. I think you were like, I want to see if he can guess it. It's like, I don't know if that's a reasonable thing for me to try to guess. I think I would be very impressed that I was able to come out with what it is that you were actually thinking. Like, I don't think you and I think in the same way to begin with, really. In some ways we do, but I don't think we like conceptualize the world around us in a way that it's similar enough that you could expect that I come up with the same meta structure, theoretical meta structure that you naturally came to. That's like having the topic of some conversation, like a project, be like writing a poem and expecting you and I to come up with the same poem. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be kind of crazy. It definitely is possible, right? But like, I don't think so. Jesse says, the thing was that I had multiple interpretations and was trying to see if you could come up with one of them, but I didn't specify that. Oh, I see. So it was like there were multiple right answers. Interesting. Well, I didn't come up with literally a single one of them, so shows you. Don't you feel like an idiot now? Jesse says, yeah, you're not Batman. Yeah, as far as you know, and if anyone asks, I am indeed not Batman. Taku,
Yeah.
if you were a main, what would you do to make money in this game?
Oh. Well, I had a main before.
Yeah. I know what you did before was outdated. No, now.
What I did before was outdated. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
would be outdated for today. There's no way that you do the same thing now, would you?
I would probably still do blood runes, but I would get my robes of the eye outfit first.
No shit, you'd get the robes of the eye outfit first. And the blood shard too. But really, you'd still do blood runes.
Yeah. I wanted to max rune crafting at some point, and I went crazy on it. And that gave me enough money to buy my first set of bandos and an Avernic.
Damn. How much was that back then? Similar to now?
It's pretty similar to now, actually.
Okay. So that's like 100 mil, I'd say.
Like closer to 200 mil, I would say.
Okay.
Wait, how much is bandos?
I don't know. Not holding it.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they're 19 and 14k.
What? Mil.
Mil.
I was like, I'm gonna buy your entire stock. 19k, I'll take everything.
Yeah, they crashed hard. But I think I got that when they were closer to like 30 mil
Okay.
for the bandos. And a Burnick, I think it was closer to 60 mil.
Mm.
I had also bought a Grazi Rapier.
Really? Was there not a Fang
That
then?
did not exist at the time.
Yeah. Must not be. The Rapier comes from the same place as the Avernick and TOB, right? So.
Yep.
Chuzzy says, Tisk, I don't need you to make me feel stupid. I already have myself, and that's all I need. Actually, we established earlier that you're a social creature that needs more things than that. So obviously, not only are you stupid, but you're not paying attention. God, you're so stupid for thinking that I could guess the thing that you wanted me to guess. That is obviously your shortcoming and not mine. And you should feel bad. And
But
maybe
then that would only have lasted me until my 99 rune crafting.
Mhm.
So I guess I do Slayer next, not because it's good money, but because it's a skill that I would have to max.
Indeed.
And it would also get my combats to masks.
Indeed. Would you be doing Slayer basically the same way that you're doing it now, except with less of a focus on the imbued heart?
With less of a focus on the imbued heart, yes.
Okay.
More of a focus on experience, so I'd keep my Dagon off. What, Calphites?
Mm-hmm.
I would not farm 500 fucking Calphite queens for a pickaxe.
You sure wouldn't?
No, it's a deep chain, actually.
Yeah, the shout out to the dragon chain body.
Hmm. Do I still do clues then? Well, maybe. I was lucky on my main. I did get a pair of rangers on 43. Medium clues.
Under no circumstances am I doing clues. Never. I have to lose a bet. Chuzzy says, but that's what I said. I don't need you to point that out to me to feel stupid. I already do. Ka-chow.
When I max Slayer, I guess I could go boss.
No, you said, and that's all I need, Chuzzy, right? But you don't, that's not all you need. See, I circled back to the thing that I was saying because the thing that you were saying loosely connected to a point that I made earlier. And it was another way that I could rib you for the same thing again. And the thing that you said was just a reference to Lightning McQueen. God damn
I
it.
think I would farm a bunch of dukes.
Oh God. As much as something's changed, something stay the same. You're just like, I don't know, man. I think Duke's Oculus is the one. I mean, he is a good
I might be
moneymaker.
more incentivized to just get the entire Soul Reaper axe then, because I would be able to buy a Bofa.
Yeah. Do you, for Leviathan, I guess?
Yes, Leviathan.
Sure.
I could be joining you. I could have been joining you for Bandos when you were doing it.
Yeah, but Bandos is not real money, bro. Bandos is a meme.
No, but it's fun money because it's not done alone.
Yeah, it's better than the alternative of just like silently grinding away in the RuneScape mines, toiling away your days. It's true. Chuzzy says, that's all I need to feel stupid. There, I finished the sentence. Ka-chow. Yeah, that does help, actually. That does change the meaning.
But then I could just do the entire Soul Reaper axe.
I guess we drink this. No, we could do this. I think the Soul Reaper axe is a good way for you theoretically to make money on a main. That makes sense, I think.
It's an interesting way to do it. You farm 4 different bosses.
Mm-hmm. You strike me as a player who has a want for developing mastery. Sorry,
I
go
don't
ahead.
think I'd be rich enough to get a Soul Reaper axe before I use it. Use a Soul Reaper axe before I make it, rather.
Probably not. But that's all the more reason to get it, because as soon as you get it, you can either use it to get more or you can sell it to get a lot.
Yeah.
That would progress you in a way that is significant. Chuzzy says the kids at the preschool were too obsessed with Lightning McQueen for me to avoid getting him stuck into my mind. You say that as if you have no agency over that. And for that, you are a fool. You are the master of your destiny. Don't let the children decide things for you. No, it is the children who are wrong.
Fight being made from items dropped by prominent Zerosians. The Soul Reaper axe does not grant god protection towards Zerosians.
Hmm. That is interesting. I guess it makes sense though. The Soul Reaper Axe doesn't strike me as a Zoroastrian artifact specifically. It's just assembled from their stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just assembled of the prominent Zoroastrians have killed.
Chuzzy says, wait, you just said the opposite for the last argument, that we're social creatures? Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you need to like form your entire existence, like center your existence upon children. You should be immutable to some things, right? Just because you're social doesn't mean that you can be forever changed and altered by. That's not a contradiction at all. You should be fine to like resist some changes. That's like a totally different thing, I think. Black dragons. Yeah, we'll do the black dragons real quick. Chuzzy says, I'm suing you, Panda. Feel free. Good luck. Good luck. Oh, I definitely don't need that much. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. I got something that you gon' like. Haverly. Trezzy says, wait, I can't sue you and get you food at the same time, or can I? Sure you can. I'm gonna kill me some black dragons. Nah, Leo, now's not the time. I'm busy. I never ended up making that spreadsheet where I like assess what task I should be doing and how likely I'm going to use all of my Slayer points. Right now, though, I still have around 2,000 Slayer points, so I think I'm okay generally. So I'll just keep skipping the tasks that I'm skipping and doing the tasks that I'm doing. I don't do Enku, I don't do suckers, I don't do like any of those lesser tasks, but I'm doing Black Dragons and I'm doing Dark Beasts, and then I'm doing the best tasks besides those. I think they're all fine. Trustee says, okay, I'll see you and then spend the money on food for you, which kind of puts you out of more money for other things. Taking clothes you don't wear as payment, and I'm selling them to buy you food there. That's crazy. Pika says, I'm back. How's my time? That's a good question. So you're at 11:03 to, okay, BRB, 10:24. So it was just about 40 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, just about. Pretty good. I'm gonna stab the shit out of these black dragons. Because says you gotta do the showering by the book. I don't need to do that. I mean, I kind of do. I start at the top and then I go down. That's kind of how showering works for your boy. That's all it is. Start at the top and you go down. Jesse says, anywho, I had a lot of in-person interactions today at the museum meetup with my fashion com, so now I nap. Have a good rest of your stream. Okay, later. That was a very dense few sentences. Holy shit. Because as I was trying to quote that, like, cooking by the book. Yeah, I'm familiar. I understood. I didn't betray that I understood, but I knew what you're talking about. That's why I didn't wonder. Usually when you say things that I don't understand, I wonder about them. That one, I was like, no, I got it. I should have probably acknowledged in some way that I understood, like with a wink and a nod or something, but I was there with you. Pika was like, oh, hell yeah, I thought you were just like, what the fuck are you on about, mate? No, I'm chilling. I'm vibing. That isn't exactly what he said, but I'm interpreting what he's... No! Fuck! Yeah! Go back! There was one more that I needed to kill! Pika says the #1 best-selling manga, Fuka? Fuka? There's no #1 best-selling manga called Fuka. Elo says Keck sit. Yeah, I fucked up. Pika says, Loki, I haven't finished reading Fuka. No spoilers. I don't know what Fuka is, so I'm certainly not going to spoil it for you. But there's no way it's the #1 best-selling. Maybe it's like the #1 best-selling for like a time period. But like of all time, there's no fucking way. Pika says it's like actually kind of decent, or at least it was. I wouldn't know. I'm not like questioning the quality of it. I'm questioning it being like truly that. Like, there's no fucking way. I feel like I would know about it if it were like the best of all time, probably. Pika says it's where the OG truck coon comes from. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Jesse says, here, I touched grass with many people today. People fuel and drain me at the same time. I would not have said that, Chelsea. Jesus. What a thing to say, Chelsea. Oh my god. So 2 burst tasks. Okay. My Christian PG stream. Pika says it's where the OG truck coon comes from. The boat even? What? Chuzzy says, I say what I want. Look, man, you can get fueled and drained as much as you'd like. That's got nothing to do with me. Ultimately, you live your best life, Chuzzy. And don't let anybody judge you for it either. Elo says, I want to drain Chuzzy, ooh. And Chuzzy says, no. I mean, you clearly do. Like, it's fine. It's okay. Pika says, the best of all time, the boat. Oh, yeah, I guess it is the best of all time. The greatest of all time is goat. Yeah, so boat and goat. That's funny. I've never seen boat before. Chuzzy says, I didn't understand what you meant, and I didn't understand what you meant. Pika says, you're my boat. That's not true. Don't lie to me, you bitch. Don't you say this shit to me like it's true. How fucking dare you? Get out of my goddamn face, Pico. Think you can slide that shit past me like I won't fucking notice? Screenwrite says, oh no. Anyway. Oh no! Anyway. This and this. Yep. Okay, we don't need the combat potions. We need runes for prayer. Or what? We don't need runes for prayer, but we do need prayer and runes. We'll take the darts too. And we'll start with the abyssal demons. Be easier that way. No need for a cannon. Chuzzy says, I meant social battery, you stinkies. Okay, bye. Later, man. Pika says, you're right. If only you were a goth mommy with B cups. Medium is premium. That's fine. Respectable, even. I feel that, actually, in a way. I don't know. Pika says, I used to know a goth mommy with B cups. Well, you fucked that one up, didn't you? Wait, spec. I just like smack that dude. Pika says, I did smack that. Screenwrite says, maybe if you didn't take 45 fucking minutes to shower. Oh no. Pika says, all on his floor. Yeah. Yeah. Pika says, nah. Go on. Go on. Pika says, also, she was also the cat girl in my life. A goth cat girl? That's crazy. Pika says, that was it. That's the end of the sentence. Oh, just the I did part of it, maybe? Sure. That's the end of the sentence. That's all I want to say about that. What is it that Forrest Gump says? Why don't I make him sound like fucking Eeyore? How did that guy get out so fast? Pika says, life was always like a box of chocolates. That's crazy. He said it like, he spelled it like crazy though. He was like LAIFWUZ, always with a Z, like, but the E's before the K, box, but BAWK. He spelled of chocolates normally though. Isn't that weird? Like relative to everything else. It says here in America we use the E's, arrows. No periods. He was pointing at a period. That was my bad. That was my bad. I'm the dumbass for that one. I'm gonna be honest. That was fully me. I definitely attacked with my shield for no reason. Pikachu says chocolates has an O in it. You mean another O in it? Because you spelled it with one O. Yeah, he said chocolate. CHOCLATE, not chocolate. Chocolate. My bad. Yeah, you should have spelled it chocolates. Chocolates. I would have noticed then. That was benign enough for me to mistake it as being the way that it's just regularly spelled, to be honest. Pika says it wasn't as hostile as the others. Wait, I'm starting to think my AC is broken, but I know I'm going to blast that shit and then turn it into an ice cube or something. What? Pika says I'm going to hell for this and other reasons. I don't think that's something that you're going to go to hell for. You've probably done much worse on the internet than that. Making fun of Forrest Gump, a character from a movie, is probably fine. If that's all it takes for you to go to hell, nobody's making it. You know what I mean? Nobody's making it. Making fun of a character that literally doesn't exist. I don't know why this guy's being weird. Pika says me? What? You exist as far as I know. Forrest Gump doesn't. He's not a real Oh god. Okay, Pika, sit down. The movie Forrest Gump isn't about a real guy. He didn't really go and do all of those things, and he wasn't really relevant for all of those. I hate to be the guy to tell you this, Pika, but... Oh god, Gur found out too just now. I'm sorry you guys had to find out this way. Gur says, say psych right now. Say psych right now, I swear to God. Pika says, I don't know why this guy's being weird. Who's being weird about what? Perish from my sight. Be gone, thought. Pika says, next thing you're gonna tell me is Deku isn't real. I couldn't think of anything funny enough to tell you. Deku isn't real, but Bakugo is. Sorry. They made up Deku. Pika says I was watching TV on the radio. I was watching TV on the radio tiny desk the other day, and I was like, damn, those guys are old. And then I realized like 2006 was 15 years ago. What? It was 19 years ago. Are you okay? Your math ain't mathin', bro. Are you, dude, if you think that's a revelation, boy, do I have bad news for you. Shit. Imagine being like incarcerated in a high security prison in like 1960 and being released now 60 years later. Like, bro, like what the world today, like there's literally nothing that you can do or relate to. Like, there's just nothing for you, bro. I'm sorry. You got to go next. You got to re-roll. This is fully a different planet now. Pika says, I like that Whitest Kids You Know skit where they go to the past to make fun of that farmer for being stupid, and then they go to the future and everyone is just fractals. And they're just like, what the fuck? I haven't seen that one, but I know a friend of mine is like deeply invested in the Whitest Kids You Know. That's like his entire personality for some reason. That's all I know about it, though, is that it's his entire personality. He's brought it up several times, but never like in such a way that I've like gained any appreciation or understanding of it. It's just a thing that I am aware exists. Pika says, did you tell him to find a real job? Oh, he's got a more real job than I do by far. He's actually like making something happen with his life. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking anime boy on the internet. I'm not about to judge him for shit. You know what I'm saying? He's like fucking married and stuff. Like he's got it sorted as far as I can tell, right? He's got some stuff that he needs to like figure out, but you get what I'm saying. Like as far as I'm concerned, he's well and truly far ahead of where I am in like all ways. That, and he's also been able to like single-handedly, he's the only person in like our actual friend group, if you will, who's able to be friends with everyone in the friend group still simultaneously. No one else in our entire group is like friends with everyone else still, like not even close, to be honest. He's the only one who's like still cool with literally everyone. I don't know how he did it. I don't know, like at all. I like fully don't understand it because well, there's one guy that I never really got along with, but everyone other than him, like I've never had any problems with whatsoever. But it's just that it was that feeling was one-sided is what I'll say. I've never had any problems with any of these guys. Just me though. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's all good though. It is what it is. But nonetheless, it is very much impressive that he was able to do that. I don't know how, but he sure was. Pika says, I wish I were an anime boy on the internet. You are. Pika says, lots of married people have problems, but I know what you mean. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that, like, he's got it, like, all sorted. You know what I'm saying? But he's got a lot of life goals accomplished already, right? A lot of things that people would aspire to do in their lives, he's already done, you know? And several more he could very easily do. It's just a matter of, like, you know, deciding that it's worth him pursuing in some way. But yeah, it's not like he's, you know, done. He hasn't won the game of life or anything crazy. He's not, you know, a silver-haired, you know what I'm saying? But he's in a good spot, I think. As far as, like, optics or whatever. It's just about how he feels about where he is, you know what I'm saying? Mostly. Because it's not Steve Jobrin yet. Also, I must go to bed. I must go beginge. Are you gonna start your stream? Is that what you mean by beginge? What the fuck does that mean? Begin GE. I think so, yeah? Okay. Fucking don't say it in such a weird way, number one. Number one, what the fuck, you fucking weirdo. But all right, yeah, have a good stream. I'll see you later, man. I didn't want to make it all about me or self-promote. Yeah, no, I got it. You just said it in like the weirdest way possible. I mean, it's in keeping with the spirit, I guess. Like, if I'm speaking to you, Pika, it is my fault at some point for not expecting. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain amount of, like, you're gonna say shit in a weird way. It's just par for the course, I guess. My bad. That's my bad. You're right. My bad. I didn't mean anything by it. Keep being you, man. Live your best life. Is it raining? I don't think it is. I thought I heard rain. Like a lot of it. I don't imagine so, but maybe. Pika says, but you always say goodbye when I'm streaming, so I thought I should say bye. Well, I mean, you know, I don't always say goodbye. I try to. I don't want to say fear, but the best way I could qualify it is as a fear, right? Is that if I just leave without saying something, that somebody's going to continue to talk to me like I'm there, because sometimes I do kind of lurk. And like, if you ask me a question, I'll like stop lurking to answer the question or whatever. So sometimes I feel like I should announce that I'm leaving just in case you're going to direct something at me as a result of me being like sometimes like of ambiguous presence. So I'm like more in a habit of announcing when I leave in those cases, but only in those cases, really. Girl says, yeah, I should probably do that too. No, that's fine. Not a big deal. The way that I view it personally, Gur, for your information, is I don't ask questions to people that didn't recently say something in chat. Sometimes I will ask maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, but I try not to do that for exactly that reason, because I don't want somebody to feel bad for having stepped away when I ask them a question or anything like that. So if I have something that I want to ask you, Ger, I'll usually wait until you say something again to ask you. Specifically, for example. Pika says, normally I just do the Irish goodbye. Yeah, I used to do that a lot more. I don't do it as much now. But I still do it in some cases. It depends. It has a lot to do with how much I feel like my presence is going to be missed or noticed, you know? Like if I'm blowing up the chat, like, you know, chatting away in a big way for a while, then I'll probably announce that I'm going to leave when I leave, especially if I leave suddenly. But if my existence tapers down to nothing, I'm much less inclined to announce that I'm going, because it's like, you probably knew I was going to be going at some point anyway, because my interaction rate was declining dramatically. At some point you would imagine that I was going to be gone, just because, you know, the time between messages increased, something like that. It has to do with how much attention I'm drawing to myself versus how warranted it is for, you know, you to be aware that I am gone suddenly, you know? Gur says, this dude's smart sometimes. Me, never. Pika, I'm sure. Gur, fucking always. Gur talking about himself saying, this dude. Pika says, this man's making fun of my accent. There's no way. He does not speak that way. It's not a real thing. He's fucking lying. Go fucking lying. Have you guys ever seen the Mark Remark? Little Karibo's parody exercise, his parody WWE reaction channel, I guess is what it is. That shit was very funny to me. I don't give a fuck about the WWE at all, but his sense of humor was very funny to me, so I enjoyed the shit out of it. Gur says no. So Little Karibo is the guy who did Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, or Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. Martin Billany, I believe is what his real name is. And he also did a show on the same YouTube channel, The Mark Remark, for a while, maybe a couple of years, where he was like reviewing just like everything that happened on WWE and like Raw or whatever in just like a funny way. He was just like talking about wrestling shit. And like, I don't give a shit about wrestling. I just thought the guy was funny and I was like, sure, I'll give it a shot. And I just was very interested in it. I just thought it was very funny, but it's like ancient YouTube content now. And I'm pretty sure it's like very, very dead, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't think he does it anywhere near enough or anywhere near anymore. And I think also he, as a creator, has been going through like mental health stuff as they all want. See, the thing about being creative is that you have depression. Congratulations, you're able to create many things, mystical worlds and comedy beyond the people's wildest dreams. Also, you have crippling depression. Enjoy. Sorry, no takesies backsies. All right. Mark Remark. Yeah. So he started it, oh my god, 10 years ago. And the last episode was 7 years ago. So yeah, he's not doing the Mark Remark anymore. It's fully done. So yeah, it's like very much dated content. But it was a thing for a while and it was pretty good. I liked it. If you like wrestling, circa 2015 to 2018, sure. Then boy, do I have the YouTube review show for you. Some content is for literally no one. It's actually kind of like unwatched too. It's like 80,000 views. It's like not, his audience is really not there. He really did not get the same kind of viewership on this as he did his other stuff. Because I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is contemporary to this, a lot of this at least. And that thing still, I think, first of all, is being made, and secondly, has viewership. Let's see. Videos. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged 10 months, no, 1 year ago, 867,000, right? His most recent episode of the Mark Remark was 80,000, 90,000 views. 3 years ago, no, sorry, 7 years ago, there it is, 3 million views is the contemporary Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged episode. So 80,000 on one hand, 3 million on the other. So one was definitely a passion project, more so than something that actually could potentially even theoretically earn him any amount of money. I don't know if Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is a monetized thing. I imagine it probably isn't, because I don't think that you would be able to get away with making it in the year 2018 as like a monetized thing. Probably not. I don't know that, but I don't imagine you can do that. YouTube's kind of a different place now. A worse place generally. Says the guy making YouTube videos. So whatever, I guess. I mean, I don't like make YouTube videos, right? Like I'm uploading VODs. Like, come on, you know what I mean? It's not the same. Screenwriter says not hyper specific enough. It certainly isn't for some people. Gura says, you make shorts though? I just re-upload clips, really. I don't make the shorts generally. I've made shorts. You can tell because they look like shit. But generally I don't like actually edit them myself because I don't really know what I'm doing, and you know what I mean? Like, I'm not really a video editor. I'll never claim to be a video editor. I've made some things that are like okay, but they're not even like in line with the vision that I wanted. It's just the bare minimum, like literal minimum viable product type stuff. Like literally, as it does what I kind of wanted it to do in a way that I'm not satisfied with, but I didn't want to spend any more time on it. So I'm like as much of an opposite of like a creative, you know what I mean, as you can be while still generating something that resembles content. There are definitely people out there who put like their heart and soul into things, and I'm just not there yet. But that's also not really what I'm trying to do, right? It's like outside of my space. Gura says, I haven't paid attention to wrestling in a very long time, but yeah, that's much closer to the time when I did watch. That's fucking funny. Well, there you go. Maybe you'll enjoy it. I don't know. It's definitely like a time capsule at this point. I'm surprised that it was that long ago. It's been a long time since I thought about it, but I didn't realize that it was like truly ancient as far as like contemporary media is concerned. Like 2018, that's pre-COVID. That's like 100 years ago, like emotionally. Like pre and post COVID, like I've said like several times before that like I don't know that I could ever like relate to someone emotionally who didn't experience personally Y2K. And I feel the same way about COVID, where it's like there's like cultural things that I don't know that like I can like that can overcome like in a relationship with someone. Like you're always going to be different from me if you can't appreciate these certain things that I've gone through, these cultural touchstones that I have that you don't. Gur says, I grew up so much during COVID. It's really a historical marker in my life. Everyone is that way, I think. And I 100% agree myself. Yeah, absolutely. It's like someone who hasn't experienced that and that growth in that period. Like, I just can't imagine. Like, what are you even going to talk to them about? Like, I don't know. They're just different. You're different from them. They're not like us. Gur says, I'm built different. Indeed. You finally get it. But Gur says, nah, you got this. It's simple. Just make a fun jingle. Say something dumb, then play the jingle again. I kind of think you're right. One of the things that I've like loved for a very, very long time, I've learned a lot from various different streamers. I'm going to mention a couple of them very specifically though. Elian and Nia have taught me very, very much about a lot of things. Inclusivity, being positive, being like open, but also accessible, and you know, how to speak to people, how to present, how to talk on microphone, but also like the professionalism on display on their streams is like truly, and I'm envious of it in some ways. And I really, really like how strong the branding is and how strong their signaling is. I feel like they have like a very clear vision that I've always lacked, to be honest. And that's something that I like really have a certain drive, a certain ambition to like see through now that I haven't really before. But it's also something that I'm like not working on literally at all. You know what I'm saying? Because I also don't take the stream as a whole exactly, I don't want to say seriously, because it's not like I'm taking it like for granted or anything like that. But to me, success was never in the cards. I never expected to succeed. I expected literally to fail. And everything that has come from the stream has been a dramatic success by virtue of that. And the growth that I've experienced is more than I ever wanted or anticipated. And I don't really know how to reconcile that or like what to do with that, if to do anything at all, right? So all that said, like I'm really kind of at a loss for like most of the like stream and like what even I should be doing. So I'm kind of just like happy to be where I am for right now. I think like just continuing to be is the goal right now. We're just going to keep having a good time and just letting it be what it is, you know, because I don't really have like a vision in the way that I would like to have as far as like doing something that is closer to like progressing or growing or something like that, which I feel like would be the thing that I would need in order to like make any, I don't know, significant changes in any way, especially for like, I don't know, the purposes of like professionalism and presentation and stuff. And that's also kind of why I ended up turning off the raids, because I felt like where I am now, I just don't want to be disingenuous. I just want to be honest enough for myself. And in order for me to be that way, I don't want people to feel like I'm ignoring them or that they're not good enough or that I'm not excited to see them. I feel like I'd have to be too performative for raiders to be happy with how the stream is. So that's kind of where I've personally drawn the line for myself, actually. Gur says, Jingle, it's panda time. Forrest Gump isn't real. Jingle, it's panda time. It's awesome. Panda is like not bad. It's not bad. That sounds like something Laurie said, I feel like. But I don't know. There's definitely some things where I'm like, my name, I feel like, should also be different. But that's one of those things where it's like, I'm probably going to be thinking about my name for the rest of my goddamn life. And I think it's probably just fine and just like let it be what it is. But one day I would like my name to be different, I think. But it's okay for now. I don't feel like I'm trapped, like I'm married to the name. It's mostly that I feel like I can't come up with anything better, which is telling. And that kind of stuff matters to me, to be honest. I like for the picture to be complete and for all the parts to like jive. It should be copacetic, right? But it doesn't feel like it's all there right now. Gur says, I also sometimes regret my name. Really? It's cuter than you are. No offense. I definitely feel like you could give off the impression that like you're a cutesy anime girl, which may not exactly be your intention. I feel like you could accidentally catfish somebody, you know what I mean? Or maybe that is your intention. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're like, actually, you know, that's actually fucking fantastic. Finally. Finally, somebody will notice that I'm an anime girl. Versus hot girl rar. That's like a little on the nose, if anything. But yeah, I actually kind of like it, to be honest. Okay. 469. Brow, 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 brow. Worms. Iron dragons. Black dragons is fine. Gur says, I think my name is fine, and then someone new shows up and I'm like, yeah, I'm a 90s kid. Do you think like people don't know how to say your name Gurar? Do they say like Gurar? Are you a grower? A grower? I'm sorry, is your name Grower? You spelled grower really weirdly. Gur says, I think roaring is a 90s thing. I agree. It certainly is. Well, it's like really a early 2000s internet thing, which is like a 90s kid thing, right? It's a little different than being strictly a 90s thing, but yeah. South. Gur says, bro, someone was like, is your name Gur with a soft R or like a hard R? And I broke for a minute. Oh. I was like, how do you say Gur with a hard R? I was like, oh, that's different. That's a funny question. That's a different question. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I sometimes abbreviate my name to DP Panda. I don't do that anymore. Cause yeah, no, that means something different. That means something different. Could you imagine if my stream name was always DP Panda? It would be shorter, but I feel like I would have other problems. And maybe a different audience. In a way that I don't find pleasant, I think. Versus, I think DP would be sus and TDP would just confuse me. Yeah, I probably would have gone with that DP Panda, which doesn't help. It's not better. Versus, remember the MLM guy? No? Somebody who spent a lot of time at MLM? Prouncer? Motherload mine? Ponzi? Like a Ponzi scheme? What MLM are we talking about? Here says you were doing Motherload mine and some guy was like, so MLM, like you like men? I don't remember that guy, but that is hilarious. That is awesome. What a weird misunderstanding to have. Man, I did MLM like a fucking year ago. That would have been so long ago. No, I don't remember that guy at all. God, it's been so long. Grr, help. Sure, I'm gonna need you to put me out of my misery. You understand? I'm too old now. All right, so we'll do this burst task. Sure, that'll probably be enough. Hyox. Yep. All right, go. Curses, I am also too old. Yeah. Did I just teleport from here to here? No, I went from the crafting guild. Thank God. Losing my goddamn mind, bro. Oh, fuck. That was a misclick. Sorry. Oh, I should definitely switch world soon before those guys attack me. Wait, is that a fucking purging staff? Are neck reels demons? Taku, are neck reels demons? Can you auto cast ancient magic with the purging staff?
Necreals are demons.
Okay. There's no way you do necreel demons with a purging staff, right? You can't burst with that thing, can you? You just manually burst every time? Does it even work that way? Doesn't it increase
This man is manually casting. If he has a purging staff.
But like, it doesn't... Does your damage even increase? Doesn't it only work on the Demon Bane spells?
Doubles the accuracy of Demon Bane spells.
So yes, it doesn't do shit with your ancient magic. What the fuck is he using a purging staff for? Yo, that guy's fighting for his fucking life right now. There's a lot of people doing next right now. But no one's doing them here. I just coughed super hard. It was like a very wet cough, but definitely involuntary. Oh my god, my body feels so old. So old and warbly. It's not good, guys. I'm gonna fall to pieces one day. Oh, music. Hilo says, as always, Panda, thanks for the chill. Oh, man. That's what I've got, brother. Mostly. Sometimes I pop off. There's a mixture, right? Sometimes I'm on my soapbox. Sometimes I'm popping off, but usually we're chilling. Grinding it out, brother. No problem. No problem. Almost at 11 mil. Yep. That's another 2 million experience. At 60K an hour. All right, so that's 2,000,002 with 3 6 zeros. Is that 6? 6 over 60 with 3 extra zeros. 33 hours. So we're saying we're not going to count today. Assuming Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday is 21 hours. Another 11, 12. Tomorrow morning, 3, 9. We could definitely have this done next week. We'll see. We'll see. So in some ways, the closer we get, the more I want to spend time doing this as well. Not necessarily this specifically, but you know, like I wouldn't mind doing like a 24-hour stream, like rune crafting. You know what I mean? Just like fully brain dead, like fully brain rot, just like committed to just like, look, we're just going to get through a bunch of this fucking grind. The stream ends when I finish rune crafting, you know what I mean? How long would that be? Is that a like ridiculous amount of time? Rune crafting training. Pay to play rune crafting. Arania. We're talking basically 90 to 98. We're just doing pure essence 74K an hour. Like nearly 10 million. Oh god. 10 with 1 2 3 1 2 3 over 74 with 1 2 3 135 hours. Let's just say divided by 7. We'll just say how many 7-hour days? 19 days. Phew. I don't even think that's possible. I don't think that there's that many days that I'm streaming just for rune crafting, right? Because I only stream 3 days a week if I look at an actual calendar, right? So for July, we're talking 1 2 3 4 5-ish. We'll say 5 weeks. So that's 15. No, 5 weeks, 3 days. 5 times 3 is 15. That's close. That's close. If it was just rune crafting, we could actually probably get it done. But it's not just rune crafting. It's mostly just rune crafting, but it's not just rune crafting. Oh, wow. It's fucking close then. Hunter's also a thing, though. It depends on how quickly I can do Hunter. If I was already done with Hunter, it's very, very fucking close. That's crazy. There is actually a non-zero chance that if we like squeeze in a few 24-hour streams, we can actually make it done. If we're like close but not there. I don't know if I really want to do that though, because I will just like fucking die as a result as well. But maybe, I don't know. Could be sick. It's not like a hard deadline anyway, right? So it's not like there's anything riding on it. It's just a nice to have. Daku, do you do the new quests on release or do you wait for the next time that you stream for it in RuneScape?
New quest.
Yeah, if there's new quests. Like,
I guess I could wait before doing them.
just a question. I don't know if you're like excited to do them or if you'd rather just like do it as stream as like a thing on stream, you know? Because like Varlamore Part 3 is going to have a bunch of quests probably. At least to conclude the storyline, right? So. What did you do for the Varlamore Part 2, for example? Were you still streaming RuneScape then? Just like regularly?
I wasn't. I don't think I streamed any of the quests.
I see. Obviously, I don't know. I'm pretty convinced that I'm going to come back to RuneScape for any new content. Varlamore Part 3 is going to come out well before I'm done with RuneScape, probably. I imagine it's going to be dropping like very soon, like any day now, basically. So like, I'm not too worried about it so far. And anytime that there's new content, I feel like I'm probably going to come back and like check it out, see what it's like. I don't think RuneScape is just going to go away. But I'm not sure, you know, who knows? If they do some like truly heinous shit, then I'm definitely out, but you know, I'll leave when everyone else does, basically. I've already gotten nearly what I wanted to get out of RuneScape to begin with anyway, so like it's going to be a positive experience for me net no matter what. just be cool to like, you know, wrap this joker up. Nothing like a Maxscape to say that, yeah, I done did it. The one thing I am kind of worried about with regards to like finishing maxing before July is like if I take it too like if I'm too chill about it, there's a potential that like the days that I've like decided, oh yeah, I'll just end early, whatever, no big deal. Like all of those add up and it's like it actually makes it so that it does push me back over July. Cause it is like kind of close. So like every hour can sort of matter. And that's part of the reason why I also am like open to the idea of like expanding the schedule just a little bit. Just to make up for, you know, because like if I ended the stream every Sunday at like 10 p.m. instead of at like midnight. So like I lost 2 hours, right? Every time. Like in theory, right? That does definitely add up. But I can also make up for that with like 1 24-hour stream quite easily, I imagine. Well, I say easily, but like it would, you know, probably fuck up my life. But you know, whatever. Like we can deal with that later. So like it's one of those things where it's like I wonder how much time I'm really losing and what my actual expected, you know, my expected end date is and how much I can help it along. So it is one of the things that I'm trying to be mindful of. I'm trying to make sure that, look, it is cool to be chill and like to take it easy and like taking, you know, some time to like go to sleep early is not unreasonable. But if I'm gonna end early and just like hang out in somebody else's stream and not even fucking sleep, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's still probably better than like just staying and like suffering, I guess. But here's this: as long as you do something easy on your wrist for 24 hours, it would have to be like Arania. There is nothing easy on my wrist left, right? The grinds that I have left are combat, which is nothing, prayer, which is basically nothing, wood cutting, which is basically nothing, fire making, which is going to be fast, mining, which I can't do solo, fishing, which is going to be over in an instant, slayer, which I'm doing now, hunter, and rune crafting. So it's going to be either hunter or rune crafting. Hunter is not going to be easy on my wrist, and rune crafting is going to be kind of what it is. Yo, why did that This guy, I feel like, just randomly like socked me in the mouth. That was crazy. So I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna just have to do like rune crafting doesn't have to be like nuts, right? But it's not gonna be nothing. It's not gonna be chill, like chill. It can be like somewhat chill. We can do like Guardians of the Rift or something, but then like Arania isn't crazy, right? But like you're there the whole time. It's not gonna be like Hunter, right? Black Chinchampos. But I'm gonna have to do like that tick manip for Chinchampos, I think, for the rate to be worth it. I need that skill to go by fast. Because we need 8 million experience. Yeah. Is the experience that you get from random events good for free to play? Are random events like optimal experience gains from random events? Like, is this Evil Bob random event actually good? Oh shit. Ruby cheered 34 bits? Hello. Relax. Ruby says the rest of my bits. I mean, thank you. But also relax. You're just in time for the end of the stream. I'm gonna be wrapping it up in another 15 minutes or so. Yeah, I do remember you liking the jar a lot. Whoa. That's weird. There we go. I literally can't pick this up now. Great. Fucking Necreal's making me switch my stuff and high alch my stuff in order to hit him with my stuff. Fucking bastards. There you go. The jar's probably one of the ones that I should integrate. Should make it so that it just turns on automatically. I'm sure I can do it. I've done other stuff. It's like probably more difficult than the jar is. Jesus, chill. This. Ten more. We have 8 charges. We don't need to keep really any of these axes. We can drop literally all of the axes. So if I pretend that I don't have the axes in my inventory, because I really don't care about dropping them, we have 8 inventory spaces. Sure. That's fine. The medium helmets I don't really care about either. I think I still have an Amazon Prime sub. I probably should fucking use that thing. I've had Amazon Prime for like fucking since like October. We watched Hazbin Hotel in like October. And I tried to cancel my Prime membership and I just fucking didn't hit the like proceed to cancel my membership button or whatever. So every month after that, I was like, why is it saying that I didn't cancel my fucking membership? And then I like realized, oh, it's because I didn't hit cancel. I must have forgotten or whatever. And then I did exactly the same thing. Like fucking, it had to be at least 8 months in a row, at least. And I'm like, fuck. And it's not like terribly expensive. It's like, I don't know, $15 or whatever. But like, shit, the least I could do is use my Prime membership. There's so many Prime subs I could have given away. Fuck. And I say that knowing full well that I've realized this now a full, not just 8 months ago, but I successfully canceled it like 20 days ago or something like, and I still haven't fucking used the sub. God damn it. I guess I also don't know how to use it. I don't even know if it's on this account. It might be on a different account, which would be part of the reason why I haven't used it, I guess. Why is this guy so fucking far away? Oh my god, that guy's far away too now. Also, where are the rest of my dudes? This guy's up here. Like, can you guys just be normal? Shit. I think there was a time where I was borrowing Savage's imbued heart or saturated heart so that I could burst. I'm pretty sure I remember that. Like my magic level was narrowly too low. So that was the thing that we ended up doing for a while. It's just boosting a little bit. And then he needed it back. So then I used fucking ancient brews or some shit. crazy. I don't even know if the damage difference between the barrages are that big. Probably is. Probably like 9 max hit or some shit. Why did this guy spawn there? It's so strange. Seems further away than they should spawn. Unless the death spawns can spawn death spawns. Wait, what is this? Why do I have gold bars? Probably for the same reason as those air runes. Just whoops. Did I not drop? No, I'm using them. What am I doing? Get your stuff together, sir. Please do not wield the rune axe. That will not help you. What kind of stats does this thing have? Plus 27 slash? Yeah, I don't know about that. That doesn't seem very worth it to me when I'm bursting. No, fuck. Who invited this guy? I kind of went too far away, but whatever. Maybe I can step like one closer. Okay, never mind. And now we just wait patiently for the death of a Necryarch. Also, why am I missing half of my health? Okay. Uneventful. Once again. I mean, they're all going to be uneventful until the one that gives me the imbued heart, right? So, it's fine. Okay. I did not mean to hit. Did I ever do Tears of Guthix? I don't think I did. Shit.
Oh.
That's fine. I just need to go do it, but I also don't like have a ton of time. First of all, I didn't even finish this task fast enough. So we're going to go overtime right now, and then we're going to do Tears of Guthix after this, I think, still. Yeah, just the cost of bursting is half of the gains that I've gotten from neck reels. Yours is our gamer. I'm out. Have a good night. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. Don't worry, you won't miss a ton. Just some tears. Some gamer tears. All right. I could simply do 43 more of these neck reels. Not neck re-arcs, neck reels. That's like 5 more pulls, so 4 more after this. Ish. I feel like we haven't seen very many superiors today, to be honest. We did get our RNA boots though, so I guess I'm not upset with the drops that we've acquired today. But it does seem like the superior game has been a little lacking. And we're technically still due on Dark Beasts. We've never seen a Dark Beast superior, like, for us. Exactly 4 from here. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe not exactly. I guess they come in groups of 7 for some reason. Okay. I don't think we have quite enough. Like, I'm gonna need that last dose of prayer, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. In fact, it might not be enough as well. Hopefully it is, though. I think we ended up bringing 4 full prayer potions in a 3 dose just because I didn't have a 4th full prayer potion. And if I end up 1 dose short, I'm going to be very sad. So we should, like, kind of hustle to get these last few groups done. So there's 4 starting now if we're talking groups of 7. But also, we don't exactly kill all of them for various reasons. Mostly that prayer saving mantra. Makes sense to just stop at some point, do the next group. With any luck, those two will just wander into this anyway. And die because we crit them 15 times or whatever. It's okay if they don't. It's fine. I guess it wouldn't be a crit, it would just be a max hit. I do kind of want that rune square shield. Death runes. Rest and stay. Okay. The value of these rune boots has certainly gone up by like 2,000 gold, weirdly enough, in the last like day. Somebody's doing some kind of weirdo money laundering or something. I don't think that they should appreciate value with their alkables. Unless there's some kind of speculation happening as well. I mean, what is money laundering but speculation if you think about it, kind of? Not really. All right, so we're almost there. 9 more. We got plenty of prayer. Should not be a problem. Even if we have a superior or two. Imagine getting 2 superiors in the last 2 or last 9. No way. I think we did confirm that you can have 2 superiors at the same time though, right? That happened once, I think. Do you remember, Saku? Another rune square shield, man. They never stop. All right. Time to get out of here. You have 2 necreals to convince me that I need to drop 1 more item or 2 more items, I suppose. Good luck. Good luck, game. This dude didn't even take my rune axes. He couldn't be bothered to take my rune axes. Come on. They're fine. All right, I think we just leave. Yeah, fuck this. Those guys didn't have anything, fuck them. Rune dragons, only 3 of them. It's actually not that bad, but all right, Cal fights, sure. All right, we're not going to do Cal fights obviously right now. Tizar, we'll say the Cal fight task. We'll probably want to do that one first. drop off all of this stuff. Don't go to Tears of Guthix. Nope. Oh no, that's correct. Yeah. Let me teleport. This will take me to Tears of Guthix, right? It's got everything in it. Is that why I didn't do Tears of Guthix? Because I upgraded my jewelry box thinking I was going to do Tears of Guthix, but forgot that it's one of the many things in the jewelry box? Probably, right? I kind of don't like the way the jar fits now. I'll fix it. Probably not tonight though, or tomorrow, but soon. It's one of those things. It should just be attached to me. It'll be fine. I can just be in the jar that way. It'll be fine. Does mean I won't be able to switch them out, but that's okay. But that's like a functionality I don't really use anyway. It's just like a meme. Oh my god, I'm 100 below my PB. There's just no way. How did I do that well before? I've only got a third of my time left. I feel like I haven't even been doing poorly. I must have been just like on top of my shit. I think you can get quite a bit more than my PB too. Like in theory, if you're like tick perfect. As much as I would love to get some extra rune crafting experience, I don't think I'm going to be able to optimize my Tears of Guthix experience too dramatically. I think I'm mostly just going to be a mere mortal man. My Tears of Guthix movement isn't something that I'm too stressed about, I don't think. We did okay, though. Not quite a match to my PB, but then 4. It's alright. It's alright. Alright, we need to rate out. Who's live? You're going to be live tomorrow, right, Saku?
Yep.
7 to 10? Playing Pokemon with Kitsune?
Yep.
I'm going to be live all day long. We're going to be starting at 9 a.m., which is a little less than 8 hours from now. Woo! So I'm going to fuck the bed very, very soon. I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave you with Pikachu, obviously one of the homies. You just heard him earlier. That's not how you raid into somebody. You can't do it from their chat. You have to do it from yours. But yeah, that's where I'm going to be for at least a while. You know, want to wish him the best. I know nothing about the game that he's playing, but I hope it's good. But yeah, that's gonna be it for your boy. Fucking 8 hours from now, you won't even be able to miss me, really. Go the fuck to bed. I am, and I'll see you when you wake up. Later, man. Later, man. All right, end the thing.